it's like up here for sure.
We shout out to Greg as well.
Yep. Greg's, I'm sure, doing a Ferrari Challenge weekend this weekend. So
Good friend of Road America, good friend of ours in the booth, and it was really cool to see you guys get to do the Formula One event down at Miami Grand Prix.
that was a big check off my bucket list. Greg was gracious enough to invite me to join him down there, and we just had a ball. So it was a good time had by all, and hopefully we'll get a chance to do it again. We'll see.
Well, you're going to get a chance to see some of that ladder program throughout this weekend here.
Yeah, with the F4 and the F Formula Regional America Series, we hope to. We have some aspiring youngsters who, if you look at their resumes, they all dream to end up in the Formula One World Championship. But that's a pretty rarefied air for any aspiring young driver. But hey, when you're 15 years old, you can dream pretty big, and that's what a lot of these kids are doing. So good for them. Joel Weinberger continues to lead the way, hasn't improved over the last couple of laps. Benjamin Ficht does improve his time, so he is now second amongst the Miatas. Alan Thom in the Giulia also marginally quicker, but the quickest of the Miatas is almost 5 seconds behind the slowest of the Porsches. You would expect the rear-engine Porsche to have maybe a bit of a traction advantage in these kinds of conditions, but with that engine hanging out over the back of the rear wheels, it can be a handful in the wet as well. If you get off the throttle in the mid corner, it can switch ends pretty quickly.
Again, just taking a look at the weather pattern and the situation, looks like the majority of the moisture so far is kind of dissipated and has moved to the northeast. And right now, some drier air coming in from the west. Still a chance of maybe some additional liquid sunshine throughout the afternoon. A little bit of a cell building in the Madison area coming this direction. But for now, it looks like this is going to start to turn into a little bit of a drying session at the tail end of this qualifying group. And then Group 9 and 10 as well would kind of be forthcoming with potentially some more drier line developing here.
Yeah, especially the Group 9 cars, which are the wings and slicks formula cars, would be loath to venture out in these conditions, I would guess, but we'll see. SVRA has two separate classes of formula cars. The Group 2 cars are the non-wings and slicks, earlier formula cars, and the Group 9 cars, the more contemporary.
So right now in the NAs for the Miatas, Dalton Ryan in that 3 machine has found some pace. 3:49.7 last time through. Patrick O'Hara 3:53.4. So Dalton Ryan actually in his maiden voyage in the wet stuff has put himself P1 in class.
Yeah, he should be pleased with that. About a second in front of Patrick O'Hara in the NAs. Michael Tomei in the 93 is the other NA in the field. Tony Fornetti, who was a late arrival, has only turned a single lap, so we'll see how Tony does as he gets a couple more laps. As Joel Weinberger goes even faster, 3:02.811 for the 33, the silver and maroon Porsche.
And Weinberger with that 3:02.811. So that's that lap 5. And so with the minimal traffic, still a lot of wet spots around, but you'll start to see a little bit of a drier line develop primarily in the corners right now. Straightaway's still going to be fairly damp, I would think. But corners will start to dry out sooner rather than later as we get towards Group 9, Group 10 yet to go, yet this afternoon as well. But Group 9 on the docket next. So Group 9 to the grid, please. Group 9 to the grid, please.
And, of course, any racetrack like this with a lot of vertical hills and dales, if you will, there will be some places where unavoidably the water will run across the racetrack. And the drivers who are expert at this racetrack certainly know where all of those secret places are, and show a little extra caution as you go through those wet rivers running across the track. Drainage here is really good, however, so as a whole, the track is pretty weather resilient, but right after a heavy rain, there will be some areas where there's some drainage that drivers have to be aware of. Gregory Sorg in the 71 NB Miata improved his time to a 3:15.6, but still 12 and 7/10 seconds off the pace set by Joel Weinberger in the 3C production Porsche.
All right, looks like we've got a car off in the beach in turn 3 to driver's left. Safety leaving Alpha Station. So it looks like we've got one of the Miatas, I believe, out in turn 3 in the gravel to driver's left.
Yeah, it looks like he just carried a little too much speed down into turn number 3 and couldn't get it turned. And into the kitty litter. The white with red cross flag being shown here at start finish to alert upcoming cars that there is an emergency vehicle out on the track and to be aware.
Of course, earlier we talked about some of the improvements over in the kink, the brand new wall and a little bit better sight line through there. But before you can get to there, you've got to go over or under, depending on your position here as either a competitor or a race fan. But the brand new Johnsonville Speedville Bridge over turn 9 in the carousel, brand new bridge with an open top, kind of structured a little bit more like the Corvette bridge. So bigger campers and bigger haulers can get in and out of the carousel area just a little bit better. But that was one of the bigger off-season improvements. Another bathroom as well over on top of the hill in turn 7.
So now you can get your Prevost across that bridge and into your favorite camping spot.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if you'd like to camp along the newly paved road as well between the Motorplex and turn 6. Many people know it as Hartwig Highway. Unfortunately, we lost Mr. Hartwig a couple weeks ago. But a big improvement to that section of the racetrack, of course, as well. Interesting to note as well that it's still fairly breezy, but it is appearing to be a little bit less breezy this afternoon than at the outset of our day. So that'll change some lap times as well. Of course, these Miatas prefer to have a little bit of draft assistance occasionally, and there is no pushing and shoving allowed here in these vintage event weekends. So some of these cars are stable as they were, but you'll see times from Miatas that are not necessarily indicative of how fast those NA and NB cars can be, obviously speaking. But Tony Fernetti now has jumped out to the top spot in NA for the Miatas, a 3:24.266. Patrick O'Hara, a 3:44.125, and Dalton Ryan, 3:44.190, and Michael Tomei in 3:49.7.
In the NBs and overall for the Miatas, Gregory Song quickest in the 71, 3:15.606. Benjamin Ficht in the 36. About almost 4 seconds further back. Larry Drummond in the 83, well off the pace as he's taken his time getting around the track, almost 40 seconds off the pace set by the other two. Probably maybe didn't bring any rain tires, so he might be out there on slicks. Dennis Kramer in the 146, just about a quarter of a second behind Drummond, and fourth among the NB Miatas.
Our first qualifying session of the day today, of course, was the IGT just before the lunch break with the late caution over in turn 10. It slowed things down and ended that session a little prematurely. They'll get a chance to qualify for their qualifying round 2 coming up at 4:30 this afternoon, just before the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, with Optima batteries coming up at 5 o'clock today. Checkered flag is out here in this qualifying session.
Yeah, the IGTs will be our first race of the weekend, as they'll be the first thing out on track tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for their first of 2 feature races.
It looks like we're going to get treated to a fan walk on the grid for F4 tomorrow.
That is true. We'll have the F4 cars gridded just prior to their first race of the weekend, and all of the F3 drivers will be there as well, signing hero cards. And you'll get a chance to meet some of the stars of the future if you're so inclined. That'll kick off tomorrow right at the noon hour, and I'll be down on the grid, hopefully with a couple interviews from some of these drivers. And our pre-race festivities, including the national anthem, will lead right up to the start of the F4 US Championship, powered by Honda, race number 1 on the weekend, the first of 3 for each of our classes.
So checkered flag out here in this first qualifying group of the afternoon sessions. Group 9, final call to the grid. Group 9, to the grid, please. Looks like we have one taker so far for Group 9. It is the 15 of Rob Radman.
And that is a 2004 Pro Mazda chassis. Back when there was a Pro Mazda class, eventually sort of absorbed into the Road to Indy in the Indy Pro 2000 category. It's changed quite a bit since 2004. But so far, he's the only taker in Group 9, and again, no surprise, as these big, wide-tired, big-winged Formula cars can be a handful in the wet, and rather than risk going off, I think discretion the better part of valor, because there is another qualifying session tomorrow that they can use to set their grid. Group 9 will be out at 10:55 tomorrow morning for their final qualifying session, their first race of the weekend at 2:05 tomorrow afternoon.
Isn't it time for some new SVRA race swag? Stop by and see Marianne on Vendor Row. They've got shirts, hats, jackets, flags, duffel bags, and a whole bunch of cool race gear. While shopping, be sure to grab a subscription to SpeedTour Quarterly Magazine, sign up for a membership, or grab some new garb for your race team. AGS, American Global Standards, is the leading registrar of quality and environmental management systems to ISO certification requirements and is now the official ISO certification company of SVRA. AGS provides independent third-party assessments of management systems for all industries, making it efficient and profitable for them to meet those requirements. Big Machine Distillery spiked coolers are refreshing, ready-to-drink cocktails available with convenient eco-friendly pouches with straws included. These 6% alcoholic per volume vodka pouches come in 3 flavors, tropical, lemonade, and cranberry, and contain no high fructose corn syrup. These perfectly ready-to-drink vodka juice pouches are ideal for all of your adventures. Just pop in the straw and enjoy responsibly, of course. For over 30 years, Forster Pontoons has been making waves perfecting the art of pontoon making and pontoon furnishings. Racers focus on going fast on the track. There's no better way to relax than slow down on the water. Hopefully we won't need a pontoon any time this weekend.
That would be a good deal. These Group 9 cars were out in testing earlier today, practice earlier today. Brian French, of course, the fastest time of the day so far, a 2:00.183 in that 1997 Benetton Formula One car. Rob Radman, who is out in this session right now, was second quick in the Pro Mazda with a 2:13.803. So we'll see what kind of time he can turn in these damp conditions in this session. About a minute slower, 3:17 on his first lap, but that includes his out lap. So this is the one we'll get a chance to see what his competitive time will be on this damp but drying 4-mile racetrack here at Road America.
Wind also switching directions a little bit now, coming out of the north.
And you know what that means? It's going to get cold tonight.
more speed down the straightaway is what I was looking for, John. But
hey, sorry.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I think low tonight or tomorrow night is going to be in the low 40s. So a little nip in the air.
Yeah, we kind of hope that the weather stays out of here for tomorrow night. Of course, Tony Stewart's All-Star Circuit of Champions and the IRA Sprint Cars at the Sheboygan County Fair Park tomorrow night.
Nice.
So we kind of hope that they get a chance to get those races in.
Are we going to hear your dulcet tones?
We'll not. We'll hear Ray Underwood from the voice of the IRA Sprint Cars. Good guy.
Yep.
Great guy. And he'll be out there with the staff from the All-Star Circuit of Champions. But should be a good show tomorrow night. Hopefully get it in. But got to avoid the assistance or the de-assist from Mother Nature, of course.
Exactly, because them guys don't run in the wet. Of course, this is qualifying weekend down at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Boy, the month of May just kind of crept up, didn't it?
Didn't it? It got here in a hurry. Yes.
Of course, if you watched any of last week's NTT IndyCar Series race from the Indianapolis Grand Prix, that was quite the entertainment between starting wet, going dry, going back to wets, going back to dries, going back to wets.
Right, and really wet for the last handful of laps. So much so that a lot of the drivers said they were just flying blind. They could not see anything, and we're looking out the side of the cockpit for braking markers and that sort of thing. So it was a very troublesome drive, but I think to a man, they all said they had a good time. So.
Well, I know as a race fan, you certainly had a good time. That was a great show.
You betcha, yeah.
Now that they flipped over to the oval configuration, the month of May officially underway with qualifying tomorrow and Sunday.
Rob Radman up on the cam. Of course, there's no cam in a Mazda, but that's a 251.593 for his quickest lap. And as we mentioned, he was in the 217s or 213s, I think, in dry weather practice earlier this weekend. .213.8 was his best time, so that gives you some indication of how much slower the track is right now. But at least on the front straightaway, as he came by, I didn't see any evidence of any spray coming off those rain tires, so it definitely is drying for sure.
Interesting to note as well, obviously, with less cars on course, you can kind of hear it through the cavernous areas here at Road America, through, of course, the Moraine Sweep into 5, and through Kettle Bottoms over the backside of the race course from the Kink to Canada Corner. So that motor makes a very distinctive noise, no different than the Formula One cars, but of the French family. But you can definitely tell when he's on the button.
Yep.
And on the go pedal. Young kid started out at Briggs & Stratton Motorplex out at Road America Kart Club, graduate there, and moved into bigger cars and has been through a couple of different cars now. But a good young man, great head on his shoulders, looking for that financial backing like most everybody.
Sure.
But deserves an opportunity, certainly, to try to continue his racing career. Going on and getting a further education will certainly help that.
Yep.
As he's transitioned into that kind of age. But a great young gentleman. His father's a wonderful guy to get a chance to talk to down in the paddock area if you get a chance to walk past. But Rob is certainly has a good future in motorsports. Just needs to find a good spot and find some backing like most of these kids today.
Exactly. That's the story. It's all about finding backing or finding a seat in a series where there is a scholarship available to move up. The poster boy for both our series and the Road to Indy, Kyle Kirkwood, who won the F4 championship, won the F3, what is now the FR championship, moved over to the Road to Indy and swept all 3 of those championships in successive years. So 5 championships for Kyle, and that got him to IndyCar, as he's had a troubled season with the Foyt organization this year. But the news just came out in this last week that there's going to be a vacancy at Andretti next season, as Alexander Rossi is moving on. And the understanding is that Kyle will be moving over to the Andretti stable, with whom he had all his success in the Indy Lights campaign. So, but in any event, Kyle, in an interview earlier this year, was asked about the additional pressure that he has now that he's made the big show in the NTT IndyCar series, and he says actually the pressure is less because he comes from a family of modest means, and he said I was basically in a position for all of the Road 2 series. I had to win, because if I didn't win the scholarship, I was done. I didn't have the funding or the sponsorship to continue with his racing career, and it's just a matter of winning that scholarship and then moving to the next step. So Sadly, racing is not inexpensive, and it often requires a really exemplary talent who can win championships and therefore scholarships, or a driver who has the talent and able to bring some funding to the table so they can make it happen.
Whittled it down a little bit more at 250, 171 last time through for Rob Radman. Again, our only taker here in Group 9. Group 10 next on the docket. Excuse me, yeah, Group 10 at 1:30 or 1:30 session, Group 10. This would be roughly about a 15-minute call for Group 10. So 15-minute call for Group 10, 15-minute call for Group 10. Briefly glanced at the morning sessions, which I know is a little bit different than this afternoon. So Group 10, again, 15-minute call to the grid.
Rob Radman shaved another 3 seconds off his time, a 2:47.6 on that last lap. Again, I think evidence that he's getting a little more comfortable with the conditions, and the track is improving as the rain has held off now for about a half an hour, maybe a little more, and the track continuing to dry. Adrian Morale has decided to join the party in the number 5 car. Adrian in a Dallara IP7. The IP7 was the older late 2000s generation of the Indy Lights car with the Infiniti Q45 V8, making about 420 horsepower, thereabouts. All other things being equal, I would expect the Dallara in dry track conditions would be quicker than Bob Radman's machine, but again, it's definitely at a disadvantage. Rain is the great equalizer, negating the horsepower advantage that a bigger, more powerful car has because they just can't get that horsepower to the ground. So we'll see what Adrian Morale is able to bring to the table in the final 5 minutes or so of this session. He may just be out to do a sighting lap or two just to see what the track is like and have that in his memory banks in case he has a damp track to contend with in the first race of the day tomorrow.
Knowledge is power, as they say.
You betcha.
Rabin has the advantage, too, here of the tires are up to just about full temperature, what they're going to get here in the session, where Adrian would have to kind of scrub some heat into those tires here in the next 4.5 minutes or so. And sounds like Rob Radman has come to pit lane.
Adrian Morrill on his first flying lap, a 3:14. So within about 25 seconds of Rob Radman's time. But again, most likely just out on a reconnaissance mission to see how the track reacts in damp conditions. Just about 4 minutes or so remaining in this session. Checkered flag is out for this session. Adrian Morrill did turn his best time on that last flying lap, a 3:06.374. Got within 18 seconds of Rob Radman's session leading time. But again, more to come for Group 9.
5-minute call to the grid for Group 10. This is your 5-minute call to the grid for Group 10. 5-minute call, Group 10. Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Show tomorrow morning. The SVRA is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the world's largest membership insurance and media organization for people who love cars. Be sure to visit Hagerty Cars and Caffeine's car show, and don't forget to cast your vote for the People's Choice Award winner. Hawk Performance delivers premium friction products for racers that stop faster, last longer, and keep you safe. Saturday's Race 1 group winners will be awarded Hawk Performance gift certificates. Marathon Coach is a leader in luxury motorhomes. With racing as part of the company culture, they can get you in the motorhome that meets all of your needs. Take a tour of the Marathon Coach located on Vendor Row. Better yet, drive one home from the track. NetJets has been the leader in private aviation for over 50 years. NetJets fly only the best and safest aircraft and can be ready and waiting for you with as little as 4 to 10 hours notice. A dedicated owner services team is on hand 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to ensure your NetJets experience is faultless. Merchants Fleet offers services to drive your business forward. Merchants Fleet Management Services have helped companies nationwide build responsive, flexible fleets while realizing impressive cost savings. Supporting the entire life cycle of your fleet by providing hands-on, customized service programs that are topped off with client-focused, personalized touch. Vinco keeps vintage motorcycle riders on their bikes and on the track. Focused exclusively on the vintage market, Vinco utilizes their years of engineering and design experience to manufacture a wide range of new, high-quality components to help customers with maintenance or full restoration projects. Stop by Tech to see their vintage bike. Since 1989, WeatherTech has been providing the best in automotive protection and vehicle accessories, staying true to its promise of quality and craftsmanship through its commitment to American-made auto, home, and pet products. Known for their floor liners and cup phones, the company continues to push industry boundaries with superior design, innovation, and engineering. Avis is redefining the rental car industry by creating a world where mobility is completely connected, integrated, and on demand. Their goal is to offer their customers more productivity and less hassle. Let Avis get you back and forth to the track. Don't forget to stop by the Paddock Shop for official Road America branded apparel and souvenirs. Located right across from Victory Lane, the store features an amazing selection of hats, shirts, toys, unique artwork, furniture, gift items, and much more. And are you looking for an affordable place to stay for the races? Well, why not stay here at the track? Whether you need lodging for one person or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at Road America. Check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and pricing. Get on track with the Road America Kart Club. The karting club is a perfect way to take your passion for motorsports to the next level. Kids as young as 5 years old can participate, and adults, well, they're welcome too. For more information, visit the club's website at rakartclub.com or call Road America at 1-800-365-7223. Attention race fans, when you see a Chevy accessory that you want, you can order it online, even right from your phone, and have it delivered to your local Chevy dealer or your home. It's that easy. Visit Chevrolet.com/accessories to learn more. And race fans, be sure to keep up to speed on the track and behind the scenes by connecting with Team Chevy on social media. Facebook.com/Team Chevy. Photos on Instagram at Team Chevy. And follow on Twitter at Team Chevy.
Group 10 cars making their way down the pit lane and out onto the track. Group 10 are selected GT sports cars and sedans raced between 1973 and 1999. Also NASCAR Cup and Busch Series stock cars, as well as Trans Am and production-based contemporary race cars as raced from 1999 up to 5 years from today's date. Just to give you some indication, some of the IGT Porsches do double duty in this class. We've got a number of ex-NASCAR cars in the field, a Cadillac CTS-V, a couple Camaros, a couple Corvettes. So we'll see who's come out to play here. Paul Mortimer and Mark Hupfer in the number 84 Porsche GT3 Cup car. That's one of the IGT cars that's elected to come out and play. Mike Mulcahy in his blue Dodge Challenger, one of the stock cars, is out there as well. Lance Wiskirchen in the number 33 ex-Trans Am Ford Mustang, and the Randall Castling number 70 Porsche GT3 also taking part.
Keeping an eye skyward here from radar standpoint. Looks like there is some moisture just to the south of us, but it is moving easterly. It looks like that round may miss us. And some dissipation around, so knock on wood, we should stay dry for the moment. Can't say that about the later stages of the afternoon, but warming conditions throughout the weekend has us a little bit of a question mark on the forecast. And I am not a meteorologist, so I will not stray to say that it's an educated guess.
On a dry track, these are some of the most potent fendered cars we have here this weekend. Colin Comer set the quickest time in practice earlier this weekend in the number 16 Ford Mustang, a 212.406. Second quick was Jonathan DeGainer in his number 4 at a 213.8. Third quick, Sammy Smith in his Camaro, a 214.4, just to give you some indication of what the dry track capabilities of these cars are. But again, in the wet, Patrick Womack has elected to come out with his Camry stock car, number 26, red, white, and blue livery. Lance Wiskirchen and Randall Castling both have come into the pit lane, I think, after their couple reconnaissance laps just to see what the track has to offer. So it doesn't look like they're going to take any further part. Just two cars out circulating as Paul Mortimer and Mark Hupfer in the number 84 Porsche setting the time 2:55.9. But Patrick Womack doing a nice job in that Camry, a 2:56.7.
Ricky Bobby is here.
Yeah, you betcha. He's only 8/10 of a second back.
Well, we talked earlier, John, about water being the equalizer, rain being the equalizer. We're seeing that right now. You've got a Porsche and a stock car, and right now the stock car a little bit faster in a straight line. And it looks like you're going around the Sargento Bridge, going the long way route. which this would tell me that I don't, not absolutely certain, but this would be an educated guess again. But I would have to believe that Patrick Womack is on slicks at this point, coming up to temperature, that car is got some heat in the tires and coming around. But Mike Mulcahy in the 41, the Dodge Challenger. Last time through a 3:19.4, completing lap 4. But there is definitively a dry line now developing. You can see it on exit, center of the corner. Still a few wet spots yet, but definitive dry line developed now, especially in the carousel. Not certain, but that may have been a puff of smoke out of the back of that Porsche. Didn't look like spray there, but certainly could have been. Looks like full song. Might have hit the inside rumble strips and kicked up a little bit of moisture from the inside of the carousel. It could have been what that was, but
yeah, those rumble strips are good for holding water, and if you get out on them, not only are they very slippery, but you can also kick some spray up.
yeah, nothing seen awry there in Canada Corner, but now back through 13. If you're watching on the big screens, there's a couple of cars still going through Tech with the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge. Tech is going on at the RA Center right now, and they'll compete this afternoon at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, not only will they compete on the road course, but they'll have an autocross in the parking lot just behind us here in the VIP tower. They also have a road rally, basically mandating that the cars are street legal and able to take to the open road. They have some acceleration drag strip kind of testing as well, and just overall appearance and presentation of the cars, all a factor in the judging for the Optima Battery Ultimate Streetcar Challenge.
Next on the docket, groups 5A, 7, and 11. 5A, 7, and 11. This is your 15-minute call to the grid. First call, 15-minute call to the grid. Groups 5A, 7, and 11. 15-minute call to the grid. 15-minute call to the grid. 5A, 7, and 11.
Patrick Womack in that Camry takes over the top spot in this session, going about a second faster than Paul Mortimer's Porsche. 2:54.726, Womack's quickest time. Checkers are out for this qualifying session, first qualifying session for Group 10. Patrick Womack in the Toyota Camry stock car. Quickest time, a 250.533. Paul Mortimer in the Porsche GT3 Cup, number 84. Just turned a partial session, about 5 seconds off that pace, a 255.9. Mike Mulcahy in the number 41 blue Dodge Challenger was third quick with a 304.112. Randall Castling and Lance Skirchin just turned a couple reconnaissance laps. They were fourth and fifth, respectively. 5-minute call to the grid for groups 5A, 7, 11, and that's it. Groups 5A, 7, 11. This is your 5-minute call to the grid. Another mixed bag of classes coming out for their first qualifying session. Groups 5A, 7, and 11. Mostly prototype looking kind of cars, so kind of a combination. The 5A cars are mostly Sports 2000 and vintage Sports 2000 cars. They make up the bulk of the Group 5 cars. The Group 7 cars Group 7 are World Championships of Makes sports cars, running slicks, or rain tires in this case, under 2-liter sports cars as raced after 1972, as well as Can-Am cars raced after 1967, including some center seat Can-Am cars, SCCA A and B sports racers, also examples in Group 7. Group 11 are GTP and Group C, ALMS, PSCR, World Sports Car Championship, Grand Am prototype cars, and SCCA P1, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 cars, as raced from 1981 to 5 years from today's date. And we've got a handful of Group 11 cars. Larry Connor in his 2005 Audi R8. Le Mans prototype. James Cope is here this weekend with his number 21 Elan DPO2. So far coming out in this session is Larry Connor in that Audi. James Cope in the Elan. Benjamin Myers in the number 29 Carber CS2. In fact, we have 3 Carber CS2s, which was the dominant chassis in the Pro Sports 2000 ranks for a number of years. Avery Stuckert in the number 31 and Fritz Seidel in the 02 are all out there. We have a car that has spun off at the outside, driver's left about halfway through the carousel turn, but safety already on the scene, and looks like they've got the car extracted from the gravel, so should be able to continue. Benjamin Myers is the car that spun off in the number 29 Carber CS2. Larry Connor in the Audi R8 LMP quickest with a 2:34.968, but Joel Quadracci in the number 48 Orica was second quick by only about a tenth of a second, just about 2/10 of a second. James Cope in the Elan, third fastest. He's about 6 seconds off the pace. And then the two Carbers of Fritz Seidel and Avery Stuckert running very similar lap times, separated by about a second and 9/10. Benjamin Myers has made it back into the pit lane after his trip into the gravel at the outside of the carousel. Looks like the crew's going to have a look at the car, make sure all is well, and then hopefully he'll be able to get back out. Joe Quadracci takes over the top spot in that 2013 Orica.
Larry Connor just had a moment exiting turn 3. Car decided to try to do the hospital hop, and he was able to catch it, but Joe Quadracci right on the gearbox now threw him the rain sweep towards turn 5.
Yeah, Quadracci quickest with a 2:26.066. Larry Connor in the Audi, which is a slightly older, that's a 2005, so 8 years difference in age. The Audi just about half a second back. Connor having to be a little circumspect after getting a little squirrely coming down the hill toward turn 3.
Making their way in the hurry downs right now. And underneath the brand new Speedville Bridge. What a great job this offseason that the track staff and our partners have done to build that area up. Brand new entrance and exit to the Carousel Campground and to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. The brand new timing and scoring building there. New bathrooms. And here's a new wall on the inside of the King. And probably the dampest part of the racetrack right now, Kettle Bottoms, through 11 and into 12. And Quadracci tried to go the long way around and got off in the wet stuff.
Looking for a way around Larry Connor, who's leading him at the moment, even though Quadracci has the quicker lap time. You know, there he goes again
And
at
there's
Bill
the point
Mitchell
by.
Bend. Yeah.
Point by on the inside of 13, and now to 14, Quadracci pulls ahead by a pretty good distance here. And of course, all that momentum slowing for Larry Connor, lifting like that coming up the hill. That's where that big gap originates from.
Quadracci goes quicker, a 2:24.997. About a second and 6/10 quicker than Larry Connor's last lap. Now that Connor's not being pressured from the rear, we'll see if he's able to turn it up just a bit.
That car looks a little nervous still in the moist conditions a little bit, though.
Yeah, he may be out on slicks, you know, and he's having to tiptoe a little bit through the wet spots. The Elan of James Cope. That's a 2012 Elan DPO2. Ran in the IMSA prototype lights class.
Interesting, the history of some of these prototype type cars. Multiple different configurations, different body configurations over the years. All getting the job done one way or another.
Fritz Seidel in the 02 carburetor, a slightly older version, a 2004 CS2. And Avery Stuckert in the other carburetor, the 31 car, is a 2010 carburetor, so slightly newer vintage. Benjamin Myers, who had the spin, has come back out on track. Currently third quickest among the Sports 2s.
First official practice coming up for Formula Regional. Up next on the docket at 2:30. 15-minute call to the grid. Of course, we've got some new views on our track feed cameras that we're sharing on our big screens. Brand new screen down in turn 5. A little bit bigger.
Bigger is always better, where screens come along anyway.
So what was in turn 5 now became the turn 3 screen. So a little bit of improvement up in turn 3 as well. For those of you wandering around, with some of the new camera views that we have, able to see the go-kart facility running some laps. So there's some karts out there this afternoon. At the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Brand new timing building, as we said there. Of course, that's where we'll have spectator karting throughout the season.
Joel Quadracci goes even a little quicker in the number 48 Orica, 220.393. About 5 seconds quicker now than Larry Connor in the Audi.
And speaking of Larry Connor, he is on pit lane.
Indeed. Crew having a look at the left front, just taking some tire pressures and temperatures. I'm going to guess that James Cope is on either intermediates or wets because he is running on the moist part of the racetrack, trying to keep those tires cool. And definitely a drying line showing all the way around the racetrack. Just still a couple damp patches. So I would not be surprised if our Formula Regional Americas drivers come out on slicks for their first official practice session.
Of course, coming up this afternoon, still have yet to come Group 2, Group 6, 8, and 12. Our F4 drivers, International GTs qualifying 2, and then the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So still a long way to go yet this afternoon. And Larry Connor closes the visor and heads back down pit lane.
A little over 10 minutes remaining in the session, so he'll have plenty of time to get around a couple times and see if he can improve his time. Both racing in the same class, the 11 GTP2 category. Joe Quadracci bringing the number 48 in after setting so far a quick time of the session at 2:23.93. Well, Larry Connor certainly wasted no time getting up to speed after his quick call to the pits. A 2:14.353 for the number 7 Audi as he'll take over top time in the session.
My assumption here is made that a little bit of an adjustment, perhaps.
Could be.
Air pressures.
Yeah.
Ben Myers getting a couple laps in after his agricultural diversion to start the session.
And competitive lap times for his class, the 5A S2 category. He and Avery Stuckert, Fritz Seidel as well in that same class. Myers, despite only turning 2 fewer laps than both Seidel and Stuckert, within 3 seconds of their lap time. Looks like we're within a minute of the checkered flag for this session, and it is in the air.
Five-minute call to the grid for FR. 5-minute call to the grid. And looks like we coming up on the first official practice for FR and coming up on what could be some mixed conditions in the session. So that'll play into some potential adjustments that these teams may make. Soften the cars up a little bit with a potential wet session.
Again, being practice, these teams are free to make whatever adjustments they wish, but when we get into qualifying mode tomorrow morning, These cars will qualify at 10:05. They're in park firm A conditions once qualifying begins, and no more significant adjustments are permitted to the cars. They can make wing flap adjustments, minor adjustments as the weekend progresses, but they're not able to make any sort of wholesale changes, disconnecting sway bars, that sort of thing. Of course, the race director has the option to allow those setups if we have a completely wet racetrack. So, but in this practice session, there are no such limitations, so the teams can make adjustments, come into the pit lane, change whatever they need to. So we'll see, with the threat of some additional showers on the horizon, I'm guessing that we'll see these cars come out in pretty quick order here to try to turn a time early in this session, get a banker lap or two in, lest the track worsen while they're out there. But again, this is only practice. The times are of no particular significance unless qualifying would be washed out for whatever reason. Then the grid could be set by the practice times set in this session. As I think the last of our SVRA competitors have seen the checkered flag, they'll be on their way around to come into the pit lane. The 5-minute warning, the 3-minute warning now being given to the grid.
Explore the possibilities of the mid-engine Corvette by visiting Chevrolet.com to customize a Stingray Coupe or convertible. Whether you're on the road with the top down or on the track with the top up, performance stays high with the most track-capable convertible in history. Get behind the wheel today by visiting your local Chevy dealer. Racing here at Road America brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Catalyst Exhibits is a sponsor and the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of doing business, Catalyst designs, builds, and executes in-person experiences that can accelerate your brand into the winner's circle. Follow the link on the Road America website to get started. Henry Repeating Arms offers a huge selection of rifles and shotguns that any outdoorsman or hunter will be proud to own. With a factory right here in the great state of Wisconsin, all Henry firearms are probably made in America or not made at all. Visit them online at henryusa.com to order a free catalog and 2 free decals. That's henryusa.com for your free catalog and decals. Quick Trip Convenience Stores and Racing at Road America. Sounds like a perfect match for race fans. With over 400 stores in Wisconsin, Quick Trip has you covered with fresh bakery, grocery items, produce, take-home meals, and freshly prepared hand-breaded fried chicken made right at the store. Quick Trip also carries all your favorite beer brands and offers the lowest legal beer pricing on 24 and 30 packs. Quick Trip, they've got you covered. We'll see you next time.
That's the voice of Eric Miller. Thanks so much, Eric. My name's John Phipp, and welcome to Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, on an overcast day here for our competition in the Formula Regional Americas Championship powered by Honda. My name's John Phippen, and we'd like to thank the crew at Road America for making their images from their big screen available to us for this live stream of our practice, qualifying, and all 6 races this weekend. Tom Like providing the images that you're seeing on your screen. So thanks again to Road America, who has the infrastructure in place to allow us to live stream this. These are fixed cameras located around the track, so not quite the sophistication we would have in our normal live streaming when we are sharing the weekend with the Trans Am Series, but Trans Am not with us here at Road America this weekend, as they will be competing here later in the season. But this is the first official practice session for the Formula Regional Americas Championship powered by Honda here at Road America. We've had 1 round of racing already at NOLA Motorsports Park earlier this spring. And new arrival from Great Britain, Raoul Hyman, is the co-leader of the championship after those 3 rounds. He and Dylan Tavella are tied with 58 points after the 3 races at NOLA. Raoul Hyman, the winner of the 2018 F3 Asia Championship, as well as a strong finish in the 2014 British Racing Drivers F4 Championship. He had multiple karting championships in his native South Africa, and then moved to Great Britain to further his racing career. And, but by the way, while he was there, he got a law degree. He graduated from law school in 2018, but has elected to come to these shores this year to ply his trade in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. And he has been on the pace right from the jump, winning the second round at NOLA Motorsports Park and finishing second in round 1 and third in round 3. Dylan Tavella with the same finishes, although Dylan won the 3rd round of the championship. Third in the championship, only 8 points back of those 2, is Mac Clark in the 25 car, racing this year for Future Star Racing. Mac finished second in the F4 championship a year ago after a great season. He had 5 wins and 4 podiums over the course of the 2021 season, 11 top 10s. He had wins here at Road America and also at Mid-Ohio twice. He won at Brainerd, won at VIR. Mac is the youngest 2020 Canadian F1600 champion. He won 16 of 18 races, breaking a record that was held by none other than Paul Tracy since 1985. So Mac is the real deal from Campbellville, Ontario. And as we said, he is currently 3rd in the points. He won the very first round at NOLA and finished 3rd in round number 2, 5th in round number 3. Ryan Yardley finished in the top 6 in all 3 races and is currently 4th in the points. Ryan in the 78 car for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Ryan out of Christchurch, New Zealand, finished 12th in the Formula Regional Americas Championship a year ago, running a limited schedule with us, and had 3 podiums in that period, 5 other top 10s. His best finish was a 2nd at VIR and then a 2nd once again at COTA. He won both the 2016 and the 2017 Toyota 86 Championship in his native New Zealand, and also was Rookie of the Year in the 2018 Toyota Racing Series. He's competed in the Australian F4, in fact finished 2nd in the Australian F4 round that was run in conjunction with the Australian GP in 2019. 5th in the points is Jason Alder, another driver who's hit the ground running this season. He's in the 77 car for TJ Speed Motorsports, only 2 points back of Ryan Yardley with 28 points. He had a 2nd place finish in round number 3 at NOLA. So a single podium for him so far this season. Jason, the only driver in the history of both our championships to win in his first outing. He won in his first outing in the F4 championship a year ago at Road Atlanta, and then did the same in his first outing in the F3 championship when he raced in the Formula Regional Championship at our last round of last season at Circuit of the Americas. The F4 championship had already been settled, and so Jason had the opportunity to step into the Formula Regional Americas car and took a win in his first outing. So Jason's going to be somebody to watch out of Cooksville, Maryland. He had 10 top 10s during his F4 season a year ago. Won at Atlanta twice, VIR twice, and also at Circuit of the Americas. His older sister, Jessica, is a diabetic, and so he races in the Drive for Diabetes Awareness campaign on the side of his car. Nick Pershing, currently 6th in the points in the number 26, also for TJ Speed Motorsports. Nick out of Morgan Hill, California for TJ Speed. He had a single podium a year ago in the Formula Regional Americas Championship and had 11 top 10s. His best finish was a 3rd at Circuit of the Americas. In his F4 career, he had 8 top 10s and a 2nd place finish at Circuit of the Americas. He's a surfer when he's not racing. Nico Christodoulou in the 22 car for Velocity Racing Development. Also a repeat driver to our championship. He raced for 2 years with us in the F4 championship, finishing 4th in 2021, 7th in 2020. His 2 wins and 7 podium finishes. We're seeing a yellow flag at turn 5 as we have a car that has overcooked it and spun down into the runoff area out of the gravel trap, fortunately. So if that car is able to back up, they'll be able to continue. Sadly, its tail is to me. I don't have the number on that car. Oh, we have another car off at Canada on the outside, so the track is a little damp. So these drivers having to be a bit more cautious, but the car that spun at Canada has been able to continue.
Situation with the racetrack, John, is we do see a little bit of liquid sunshine starting to fall perhaps on the north end of the racetrack right now. 12, 13, and what looks like 14 have some significant droplets falling. And red flag now out in the session here at start finish.
Yeah, apparently they're unable to get that car at turn 5 back on its way. So we're going to red flag this session to enable safety workers to get out there. And also with the rain perhaps coming down on the northern extremities of the track, of course, Canada Corner, the far north portion, hence the name, is the area where we saw at least one car spin off as they came up on that heavy braking zone and probably discovered that it was a little wetter than the rest of the track. In the early going here, after just a couple flying laps, our co-points leader, Raul Hyman, has turned the quickest time, a 2:14.7. Nick Pershing is second quick in the number 29, also for TJ Speed. And Dylan Davella, the co-leader, in the number 14 for Crosslink Kiwi, is third quick. Nico Christodoulou, who we were just talking about, in the number 22 for Velocity Racing Development, is currently fourth quick. Ryan Yardley, the New Zealander for Crosslink Kiwi, in the fifth position. Jason Alder, Cooper Becklin, Marco Kacik, Alexander Kirby, Rodrigo Gutierrez, Matt Clark, Hayden Bowlesby, and Kevin Jansen are the 13 drivers who have taken part in this session. So all 13 of the drivers present here this weekend have come out in this practice session. Marco Kacik in the 95 car for Doran Kroll Racing, a team that has raced in the West Coast Championship for a number of seasons, finally making their first starts this year in the full national series. Marco currently 8th in the points championship with 3 points finishes at NOLA in all 3 races. Marco out of Kelowna, British Columbia, for Doran Kroll. He raced with us in the Formula Regional Americas Championship in 2020, did not race with us last season, so great to have Marco back in the fold. He won the Formula Promotions, the West Coast F4 championship in 2019 and had a single points paying finish in the 2020 season, finishing 10th at Circuit of the Americas. His grandparents are Croatian, and he also likes to rock climb when he's not racing. Alex Kirby in the 08 car out of Newport Beach, California. Also for Doran Kroll Racing, making his first start with us in either championship here this year. He was the 2022 F3 Winter Series champion in the West Coast Championship. He's also a two-time Porsche Pirelli Cup vice champion. He started racing very late in his career at the age of 18, but he's also a stunt driver in Hollywood. He's a Screen Actors Guild member since 2010 and has done some stunt driving in a number of Hollywood films. Cooper Becklin in the 91 is currently 10th in the championship out of Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Cooper in the 91 car hails from West Linn, Oregon. He finished 16th in the Formula Regional Americas Championship a year ago on a limited schedule. He had 5 top 10s. His best finish was a 6th at Circuit of the Americas in 2021. His parents own a winery in his home in Oregon. Rodrigo Gutierrez in the number 10 car, another of our international drivers from Santa Cruz, Bolivia for Velocity Racing Development. This is his 3rd year of competition in the championship. He finished 19th in the 2020 championship and then finished 10th a year ago in 2021. He had 10 top 10s over that period. His best finish was a 3rd at Mid-Ohio. Rodrigo is a 2nd-generation racer. His father is a rally driver in his native Bolivia. Hayden Bowlesby and Kevin Jansen, the final 2 drivers in the field, yet to score points. Hayden Bowlesby in the number 3 car out of Folsom, Louisiana, drives for the new IGY6 Motorsports. IGY6 stands for I Got Your 6. It's a motorsports team founded by his father and his partner. His father, meaning Hayden's father. Both are veterans, and it's a completely veteran-owned and staffed racing team. Hayden has competed with us for 3 years in the F4 Championship. His best finish was in 11th place a year ago in the 2021. He had a 3rd at Brainerd for his only podium finish, but 4 other top 10 finishes in his F4 career. So good to see Hayden stepping up into the Formula Regional Americas Championship. And Kevin Jansen in the 24 car has joined us this year. He is the eldest competitor in the field. Makes a joke that he is older than the parents of many of these drivers. He's out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, sponsored by the U.S. Power Group. He races for the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team. He's also a member of the Labatt Blue semi-pro hockey team that were national U.S. champions in 2019 through 2022. So Kevin Jansen, an accomplished athlete as well as a driver.
Just goes to prove that you and I have not lived up to our potential.
Precisely. Yes, absolutely precisely.
So there is a 3rd car that we actually had off that we've discovered over in turn 8 near the Motorplex, just prior to the carousel and the new Speedville Bridge. So Road America safety team on station. Looks like they're assisting. Definitely deep into the kitty litter on the exit of 8. This will be the driver's right after the 90-degree corner to the left. That's the bottom of Hurry Downs. By
say this section of the track they call Hurry Downs, which leads into that very critical left-hander into the sweeping carousel turn. So again, I think the damp track may be catching some of these drivers out.
So right now, a little bit of a steady sprinkle here on the front stretch. Here on the Road America straight. It's kind of maneuvered its way over. I don't see a lot of liquid sunshine, as we like to call it here at Road America. Don't see a lot of it on the backside of the race course near the carousel. So this tends to be potentially the northern half of the racetrack. When you have a 640-acre facility, as we do here, it tends to have its own ecosystem and weather system occasionally, and seems to be the course of the day today. So that driver has hopped out. Looks like that car was not able to be refired. And they will have a long ride back to the paddock area.
Just getting word from race control, they had a problem getting the car out of gear, so they weren't able to give it a restart nor to flat tow it. So a tow truck has arrived on the scene, and they'll quickly lift that car. And of course, they're in a good spot there at the runoff area for turn 5. They can get out of harm's way here in a pretty quick order. So apologies for the delay. The clock continues to run as this session is over halfway gone. We have about 11 minutes left to go as it stands right now.
Now, obviously, this is a practice session, John, so it's these lap times are not banking really anything unless the unforeseeable qualifying session would be scrubbed. But you still want to find out what you've got and kind of get that first couple laps in and bank what your car's got. You know what you have, so you can get into qualifying trim and figure out what you're going to need for the race weekend.
Indeed, and we had some pretty stout showers come through over the lunch break, and so this is the first time these drivers have taken to the track when it's been damp. So it's also, I think, a good idea to see how the car handles in these less than dry track conditions in the event that we have some more precipitation tomorrow. The weather forecast for the balance of the weekend, frankly, does include the possibility for some additional showers. So we'll keep an eye toward the sky.
And we've probably dodged 3 or 4 different separate showers today as well. So the Wisconsin landscape here is a little different too. You can have a system moving west to east, or north to south, or south to north. Typically, we don't see much come in from the east unless we're on the backside of a pressure system. But in conditions like we've had with a cold front that came through middle of the week, we have a situation where air's been pretty dry here. So this is the first couple of days that we've had some humidity build, and that's what kind of gets these pop-up showers where they'll pop up, they'll release, and then dissipate very quickly. So sometimes some of these storms that we're seeing in the radar projection never make it here because they'll dissipate before they get here because of the air conditions. So predicting weather in Wisconsin is a little bit more difficult than some other areas of the country, but we hope, and we'll find some wood to knock on here in the PA booth, but we'll hope that we can stay dry the majority of the weekend.
We have the car in the air on the tow truck, just a matter of getting it lashed down, and then it's a quick trip into the safety of the paddock from that vantage point, so we should be able to get back underway here pretty quickly. Word from race control, about 2 minutes, we think, before we get the restart. Safety workers are taking their positions in the trucks. The tow truck is on the move, so we hopefully will get the show back on the road here in just a matter of moments. Yeah, they're going to go right behind the barrier there at turn 8 to get that car into a place of safety. That was the 29 car of Nick Berging, who was second on the road after just a single lap. So Nick was the one spinning off at turn 8. Does not appear to be any damage to the car, visible damage, but we understand from the race control who's in conjunction with the recovery crew that there was a problem with getting the car into neutral, so they couldn't roll it nor give it a restart. So these cars run a 6-speed SADEV semi-automatic transmission with paddle shifters.
Interesting to note, it looked like he may have been the only one on full stickers going out. So maybe a little bit of a release on the tires was not completely scrubbed off.
Yep.
And lack of grip after lap 1 with the moisture probably didn't help much.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Car's back on track.
Yeah, getting word from race control that we're back underway, and we can see the cars already making their way down the hill over the Aaron's Tunnel down into turn number 3. So Raul Hyman quickest so far, our co-points leader. A 2:14 and some change. Lap record pace, which we probably won't threaten in this session just because of the damp track conditions, was set here back in 2019. Matthias Solero Bell turned a 2:04.259 in qualifying to set the quickest time on record here at Road America. Benjamin Peterson, now competing in the Indy Lights Championship, a 2:04.845 stands for the quickest race lap for the class. Now that was a number of years ago when we were running a different tire. We started the first 3 years of competition in the Formula Regional Americas Championship as Pirelli was our tire, but we partnered with Hankook a couple years ago, and everybody has been very complimentary on the Hankooks. The Hankook has a lot of experience in both F4 and Formula Regional Championships worldwide, and so they had a ready-made tire ready for bespoke for this championship. And Danny Von Dongen and his crew at Hankook Motorsports here in this country have been a great partner for us. And the teams and drivers are very complimentary about the longevity of the Hankook slicks and their consistency over the course of a run. As we have another couple cars coming together, spinning down at Canada Corner. So, again, a very damp racetrack there in the northern extremities. We had one car, it appeared to be stationary there. I don't know if they'll be able to get that rolling again or not. Don't see the car moving from our vantage point here. But the field was packed up.
Looks like a black and orange car from what we can tell. And driver looks to be climbing out of the car. So yeah, the car is stationary with the driver extricating themselves. And we'll get another red flag here in the session.
Driver sitting right in the racing line. So obviously feeling discretion the better part of valor as he has leapt out of that car.
And has crawled over the fence and onto the walking path. That's a long walk back.
He's going to foot his way back to the paddock from there. That is a good long walk.
So cars are coming to the end of pit lane, and a few of them look like making the right-hand turn into the paddock area. At least one has so far. One car on the end of the head end of pit lane.
Well, with only just less than 4 minutes remaining in the session, the chances of getting this incident cleared and getting back out on track is limited. So even at, checkered flag is being shown on the fashion, or the race director has declared that we won't be able to get back out. So sadly, the changeable weather conditions have caught these drivers out on a couple occasions. And that'll be it for this practice session. The next time we'll see the Formula Regional Americas drivers will be in their qualifying session, their one and only qualifying session, tomorrow morning at 10:05 a.m. So we will join you then for hopefully a drier track and a more eventful qualifying, or less eventful qualifying session. But we'll be back with you later this afternoon with the F4 U.S. Championship practice session, scheduled at 4 o'clock Eastern, right here on the F4 and Formula Regional Americas YouTube channel. Once again, thanks to Tom Leik and Eric Miller for providing their expertise here, even though we didn't have a whole lot to show you. Only 3 laps turned by a handful of the competitors in Formula Regional Americas. But we'll be back with you at 4 o'clock, and just a little over an hour with F4 U.S. Championship practice. My name's John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. See you in a bit.
5-minute call to the grid for Group 2. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 2. 5-minute call to the grid, Group 2.
Once again, tow truck is required to get this car out of harm's way, and it has arrived on the scene. Group 2 on the track for their first qualifying session. These are the non-wings and slicks formula cars for the SVRA, specifically pre-1973 formula cars, conforming to the classic formula car regulations. Formula Bs are pretty common. We have some Formula Fords and Club Formula Fords in the field. They make up the lion's share. The Club Fords make up the lion's share of the entries, but a great cross-section of cars. The Brabham BT29, there's a couple, three of those in the field, Formula B car. Actually, that's one of our the number 3 car of Eric Wisniewski is an F4 car. He is too young to compete in the F4 championship, but is taking part on some of these SVRA weekends to get some seat time. So Eric is in that number 3 machine, and he is indeed in the same car that you'll see in the F4 practice session coming up at 4 o'clock. Formula Fords from all varieties, 72 Lola, 77 Taiga, 77 Lola, a 1980 Taiga, a Zinc, a Euroswift, a couple Crosleys, all from the very prodigious Formula Ford Championship. Specifically in Great Britain, the annual Formula Ford Festival is still a big deal. The Walter Hayes Trophy run as part of that, and Jeremy Shaw's Team USA sends a contingent of cars, usually 2 drivers, over there each season, has been for the last number of years, so it is quite the event in Great Britain. And of course Formula F now is still a well-subscribed class in Sports Car Club of America competition.
Of course, with the advent of having the Honda Fit engine as part of the same configuration, displacement and consistency.
So they no longer call it Formula Ford, but Formula F, because it's there are still some running the Ford 4-cylinder engine, but the Fit power plant has become quite popular, and so F for Ford, F for Fit, that still fits. Oh well, never mind.
Pun intended.
Pun intended, absolutely. So we'll see if these drivers, 6 of them have elected to come out. Eric Wisniewski is in that F4 car, as we mentioned, as we have a car already overshooting the braking zone at Canada Corner.
Well, they had quite a little bit of a parking lot. They actually had 3 cars that had come to almost a complete stop over there in turn 12. Looks like safety en route.
Somebody else has spun off at the outside of the carousel turn. Very similar to what we saw in the Group 7 practice just a little while ago. So a safety car at the scene of a car off in the gravel at the exit of the carousel, off driver's left. We mentioned Eric Wisniewski in the F4 car. Chris Arrogante in the number 414.
Black flag all, it appears.
Yep.
What I'm seeing on flag station right now. That would indicate everybody coming down to speed. So the 155 of Josh Wilson just crossed start-finish. So I believe potentially maybe that is Heather Barron.
Or Hector McDonald. Those are the only 2 that have not come by start-finish. We had two cars delayed, one off not quite into the gravel trap at Canada Corner, and then one that is requiring some assistance to get back underway at the outside of the carousel. Chris Arrogante in the 414 is a Crosley in the Club Ford category. In the Formula F is Jeff Fritz in his number 30 Lola T204, Josh Wilson. In another Club Ford, the 155, also a Crosley, The Crossley 32F and 35F were a dominant Formula Ford chassis in Great Britain for sure. And we have not yet seen the return of either Hector McDonald in the 61 Taiga or Heather Barron in the 82 Zinc.
And cars with the black flag all slowly making their way around.
Yeah, that black flag basically indicates they're to come into the pits.
Eating up very valuable time within the session itself for qualifying. Of course, they will have a second qualifying session, but why this is important to bank a lap early. It's almost to the point where banking early didn't really come to fruition here.
Yep, exactly right. So 6 minutes have already clicked by. As you can see on the big screens, they're still working on the car off at the exit, or not the exit, but about halfway through the carousel turn. The rest of the field making their way through Canada right now. So they'll begin the climb up the hill and into the pit lane. We can sort out who might be off there at Canada Corner. We have 2 suspects, but nothing confirmed just yet.
Don't let the view of a mostly cloudy sky fool you. It is been a very beautiful couple of days here in Wisconsin. It's a little damp, but it's a beautiful day here in Wisconsin.
Well, this morning was absolutely beautiful. We got it from the hotel and bright sunshine. We thought, well, the weather doesn't know what they're talking about. But unfortunately, things kind of took a turn for the worse in the late morning. And then while we were eating lunch, it just poured down here for a couple waves of showers. As you can see, the car is now on the racing surface, although pointed the wrong direction.
Of course, see a couple of campers and tents and some trailers set up over in the Carousel Campground. You can camp here even on non-race weekends as well, so it's become kind of a camping destination here at Road America as well. And that car is back underway and under its own power, which is a good sign.
Indeed. Safety workers, again, some of the best in the business here at America's National Park of Speed, climbing aboard their safety vehicle and heading back.
Looks like a few folks have come back to Black Flag as well, reporting, maybe self-reporting.
So I would think once that safety truck gets near a place of safety, we should be able to get back underway with this session. About 8.5 minutes have, almost 9 minutes now have expired.
Certainly don't want to short anyone track time, so you hate to see incidents very early in sessions that do cut sessions short, unfortunately. So luckily, it doesn't appear to have any significant contact, anything like that. So hopefully should be able to get at least some hot laps in here in the session for this Group 2 qualifying 1. First call to the grid for Group 6, 8, and 12. Group 6, 8, and 12. This is your first call to the grid for our 3:30 session. I'll make it 18 minutes, but officially the 20-minute call. 18 minutes to the grid for Group 6, 8, and 12. And it looks like our competitor that was around over in the carousel, making their way to the Chevrolet pit lane. And once that car returns and comes to a stop on pit lane, I would imagine that we will get a chance to release the grid here, making it fair for all the competitors to be at a stopped position here on pit lane. And green flag displayed at start finish.
A new arrival, Ken Braum in the number 97 Euro Swift Club Ford. Heather Barron comes by, so we're guessing that was Hector McDonald off there at the carousel turn.
And now these cars back up to speed. So interesting to note here, Wisniewski on stickers. You know, part of the critical development of this series as well is not only on track, but also off track, working with media partners and certainly getting the training as necessary, which is a critical component of these drivers moving up the ladder and into other positions of race car driving fame, if you will. But also how you handle yourself at the racetrack with adversity and things like that. It's all part of, to use the parlance, the game that is played.
Sure, you bet. As we were talking about earlier this afternoon, about talented drivers who can't find a ride into the Pro Series in this country because of lack of funding. Finding sponsors and being able to sell yourself, basically, and is all part of the game of being successful as a professional race car driver, and part of the training and I don't want to say indoctrination, but part of the regimen that's taught to the drivers in the F4 US and the Formula Regional Americas Championships. They learn about their conduct in interviews, as well as there's a lot of discussion about how to land sponsors. And so not only are they sharpening their skills behind the wheel, but also their skills outside of the race car.
Jeff Fritz has rejoined the fray here.
Yeah, the number 30 car just coming by. Josh Wilson out on track.
Don't have a very good view of it here in the paddock area, but there is a scooter on the bed of a pickup truck. Now that's the way to ride a scooter.
Yeah.
About 10 feet off the road.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, here at Road America coming up in just 2 weeks' time, June 3rd, Moto America will be here at Road America, followed by the NTT IndyCar Series and then the SCCA June Sprints. So an action-packed couple of weeks here. We'll take the break off for Memorial Day weekend. And, of course, revel in the month of May tradition, Memorial Day weekend. And then get right back to it as we start the month of June. Of course, this SVRA weekend is our first official spectator weekend, but we've had several races here already since the mid-April time frame. Of course, this facility in use I always like to say it's in use well over 440 days a year because there are many times that there are 2 or 3 different events happening at the same time
Right.
here at the racetrack throughout the week.
And with the Motorplex, they can be kart racing and racing on the big track at the same time.
As well as when we have some autocross over in the East 40, off-road rallycross style.
And even in the wintertime, you have winter driving safety classes here.
Winter driving, the Teen High Performance School, motorcycle schools, dirt bike schools, moto schools, and an introduction to karting day in April that kind of introduces new riders and new drivers to the facility and hopefully gets them excited about maybe entertaining the notion of getting involved. All of the events you can find at roadamerica.com. All the details on that. We offer disc golf during summer, the 4 miles of fitness, Mondays and Wednesdays. You can come out here and bike, walk the track. Gives fans an opportunity to get their exercise in and still take in the surrounding park atmosphere that we have here at Road America. And we even had some sledding this winter, with some snow on the ground. So stuff to do all year long here at Road America. It's not just packed into Labor Day to Memorial Day.
Eric Wisniewski up to speed now, a 2:35.922. This youngster, 14 years of age. The minimum age for the F4 U.S. Championship is 15. So Eric getting his chops in early, racing with the SVRA to get some seat time so he can hit the ground running for a full season of F4 U.S. Championship racing next year.
I was driving a Geo Metro at that time.
Yeah?
At that age.
Not on the road, of course.
Not on the road, but as an introduction to getting behind the wheel, as compared to an F4 race car.
Yeah.
I think he got it a little bit luckier than I did.
Yeah, I was driving a go-kart, a home-built go-kart that my dad and I built in our garage and on a paved oval down south of Columbus, where I grew up. So that was my four-wheel conveyance at that age for sure. Chris Arengate, quickest of the Group 2 cars at the moment in the 414 Crosley. The 249.406. Ken Baum in the Euro Swift Club Ford, the number 97, is second quick amongst the Group 2 cars. Josh Wilson in the 155 Crosley, currently third fastest. Jeff Fritz, fourth in the Formula F number 30. That's a Lola T204. Hector McDonald, who had the spin off at the carousel turn in the 61 car, the Taiga, has rejoined. No worse for wear. And Heather Barron just now coming across the line in the pit lane in the number 82 Zinc. See if she's headed in for a check or back to the paddock.
And making the right-hand turn into the paddock area for Heather Barron. Group 6, 8, and 12. 6, 8, and 12. Second call to the grid. 6, 8, and 12. Second call to the grid. 8-minute call to the grid for groups 6, 8, and 12. Second call to the grid. 8-minute call. You can see a little break in the clouds here. A little bit more sunlight kind of starting to filter through a bit. But still seeing every once in a while little shiny strips of what appear to be a little bit of a sprinkle every now and then.
61 of Hector McDonald also rolling down the pit lane. Let's see if he's headed for the paddock as well. Jeff Fritz and Josh Wilson coming across the line side by side. Number 30, Lola of Fritz, and the 155 of Josh Wilson. They're having a nice little dice out there. Ken Baum in the 97 Euro Swift.
It was the late addition to the session.
And he's already third quick, so putting down some nice lap times.
Yeah, looks like some heavier sprinkles starting to occur in hurry downs at the moment.
And that's right where these drivers are approaching. You can see a dry racing line, but if the rains continue to fall, you can see some raindrops on the TV screen.
Definitely the back half of the race course is going to see it first in the carousel here. Don't forget to stop down in the vendor row in the main paddock area, the SVRA trailer here. Pick up some swag. Lots of cool stuff in there. Had a chance to walk by that earlier. I bet you they might just have a poncho or a jacket in there for you.
They might. Checkered flag is in the air for this session. Is again delayed right at the beginning with a couple cars off course. But more to come as groups 6, 8, 12 are on their way out for their first qualifying session, second qualifying tomorrow. Group 6, Group 8, and Group 12, you should be at or near the grid. This will be your final call.
SeaTech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum card, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed SeaTech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality, driven by passion and storage expertise. SeaTech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from SeaTech Manufacturing. Since 1998, Mad City Windows has been on a mission to provide a level of quality workmanship and service that used to be the industry norm, but today is becoming harder to find. As a family-owned business, their reputation means everything, and every member of their team is willing to go the extra mile to ensure the satisfaction of their customers. An A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau and have achieved the Angie's List Super Service Award without sacrificing on quality of product or installation, and as a result, offer the best no-hassle warranties in the industry. Proud to be the #1 remodeler in Wisconsin, Mad City Windows. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at the track. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide, with Safety Clean encouraging all race fans to do your part to properly dispose of your used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, help make green work. Kelly Moss Road and Race has been topping podiums for over 30 years. Our success has allowed us to develop a rigorous testing process that we apply to every aspect of the business. Whether you're looking to hone your skills with the most comprehensive online driver development program in the industry, bring your custom car build to life, purchase one of our off-road safari kits, or compete with our first-class trackside support, our winning history provides confidence no other can match. That is the Kelly Moss difference. Hall Montreux is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Montreux is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Montreux dealer, to learn more. Race fans, a project done the right way only needs to be done once. So when you're choosing a natural stone for your next building or landscape project, choose Eden Valder Stone, the preferred stone of Road America. Road America welcomes partner Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers is your Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso truck dealer. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Do you have a grilling emergency? Then head over to the new Johnsonville Marketplace, just 5 miles away on County Road J. Open daily, the Johnsonville Marketplace is where you'll find 70 different types of sausage, other Wisconsin food favorites, and spirits. Stop in today. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America for the 2022 season. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer. Life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at KunisRV.com. That's KUNESRV.com. Welcome to Road America, race fans and drivers. Whether you're on the track or on the road, remember nothing protects your vehicle like WeatherTech's precision-crafted American-made products. Find yours today at WeatherTech.com. Jim's Golf Cars, sales and service and rentals. Looking for a new or used golf car for the campground? Need a fleet of cars for your golf course? Got an upcoming event with transportation needs? Or just looking for a cool car to get you around town? Call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. Check out the inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com or stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere location. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals. Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. Cedar Crest Small Batch Artisan Ice Cream is made right here in Wisconsin by your friends and family with real Wisconsin dairy. We make Cedar Crest ice cream in small batches so it's creamier, just like the ice cream of your childhood. It's the stuff memories are made of. Picture yourself with your family enjoying a great day and topping it off with Cedar Crest ice cream. Look for Cedar Crest throughout Wisconsin and enjoy some old-fashioned frozen goodness.
Our next amalgam of qualifying, for the SVRA racing groups. This will be our last SVRA qualifying session of the day. The International GT will be out for their second qualifying session coming up at 4:30 this afternoon. The F4 U.S. Championship drivers will qualify just before that at 4 o'clock, or practice, just before that at 4 o'clock. And then we round out our day with the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge.
Just trying to throw an extra qualifying session in there, John.
I am trying to throw one in there, and by golly, that's not what we're doing, So, next up is Groups 6, 8, and 12. Group 6 are the big bore production sports cars and sedans through 1972. Think Cobras, Mustangs, Camaros, Corvettes, Jag XKEs, and the odd Porsche 911, eligible for Group 6. Group 8 are series-produced sports cars and sedans in production prior to 1979. Lotus Super 7s, Datsun 240Zs, BMW 2002s, 911s, Datsun 510s, all part of Group 8. And finally, Group 12 are select GT and sports cars raced between 1973 and 5 years prior to today's date. Production-based cars, such as the Motorola Cup or any other stock or prepared racing series, early IMSA GTO and GTU small bore cars are acceptable as well. So you see a wide variety of cars in that Group 12, more contemporary than the others out on track, but with similar performance envelopes. This is our biggest race group for SVRA competitors. We've got, even in these damp conditions, 26 cars eligible or taking part in this practice session. Qualifying session, sorry. I'll get it right.
First, you want to add a qualifying session. Now
Then
you
I
want to add a practice.
I'm just, I'm not.
You're having a day today.
I'm not to be trusted. That's just it. I'm not to be trusted.
I trust you.
Oh, well, thanks, Eric.
Because somebody has to know what we're doing in here. It's clearly not me.
Yeah.
Some great views from around Road America with some new panoramic cameras. Our technical staff, Dan, Larry, and some of our vendor partners all putting in a lot of extra hours over the winter, putting together a lot of different things together. New cameras, additional what we call fiber connections for series plugging in later in the year, and just capital improvements all the way around here at the facility. And our entire track staff, not just those guys, but our entire track staff, fantastic job. Place looks great. Grass is green, always mowed beautifully, thanks to the Skag mowers. But a lot of corporate partners, all part of making this place spiff up a little bit over the last 5-10 years. We've really seen a capital improvement plan that's been put down, and it looks fantastic.
These cars coming by start-finish at a pretty good pace. So we'll let them get a lap under their belts here. Hopefully everybody can make it around this 4-mile circuit without...
big contact up in turn 2. Hard impact in turn 2. Red flag, I would think, is going to come out here shortly.
Yeah, 2 cars involved at the exit of turn 1. Probably got loose in turn 1 and then up against the barrier on driver's left right before the Aaron's
Black
tunnel.
Flag all, so yeah, we'll stop this session. But that was a hard impact into turn 2 right at the Aaron's tunnel.
So we're having trouble getting a session completed here as we've had incidents early on in the last 3 sessions.
A lot of anxiety and a lot of nerves as you get going in these sessions. We're not delayed by any means. We're not in any rush.
We're on schedule.
We're on schedule, having fun at the racetrack, and this is not fun when you see a couple of vintage cars like this crumpled.
Yep. One of the hallmarks of SVRA competition, obviously, is to maximize the track time and maximize the fun for these drivers, but contact is frowned upon, to say the least.
To me, it looked like something happened, possibly broken suspension component, just because of the way that those cars kind of slid in.
Yep.
Looked like one car just wasn't under a normal control situation.
Right.
We've seen certainly plenty of cars spin in the exit of turn 1 over the years, and this was much later on past the apex exit.
Right.
That it wouldn't be a normal situation where you'd make contact from getting on the power too soon or anything like that. It looked like something may have broken one of these cars, and there was an unfortunate victim as a secondary impact down there. But with this black flag all, again, having a hard time getting session started today. And Road America safety team, second truck dispatched out of turn 5, headed down that way as well, as is the one from turn 1.
As they make their way back around into the pit lane, we should be able to get some indication of who those 2 cars are. As you can see from the camera angle, it's hard for us to get numbers from that distance.
And unfortunately, where those cars are, there is a patch of grass there, and more than likely very slippery due to the wet conditions. There is really no way to stop once you get to the agricultural side.
Yep. And wet grass is definitely slick.
unfortunately, seeing the rollback already being dispatched, so that's usually not a good sign either.
Yeah, requires a car that can't be lifted or rolled, so they need to get it up on the tilt bed. Kellen Weinberger in the 36B Porsche, the number 1 Corvette Roadster of Scott Borchetta. Lisa Hansen in that number 110 Ducktail Porsche, the 41 Porsche of Todd Treffert.
47 of Tim Cornelius.
Yep. 52 Porsche of Dawn Myers have all crossed the start-finish line here in pit lane. There's the 76 of Larry Lunda in his 914. The 169 of Scott Graham. The 09 of Jonathan Clausen in the Sunbeam Tiger. That Tiger looks so out of place in this class. But it's a very potent car, the Sunbeam Tiger, with a V8 engine, of course, in that little Sunbeam chassis. SCCA competitor, longtime SCCA competitor, and multiple national champion Tom Patton still races his Sunbeam Tiger. They call him Tiger Tom for that reason.
And still have a couple of cars on course as well. So hanging behind the second wrecker being dispatched as well. A couple of cars involved up there. Not absolutely positive, but the blue car did appear to be one of our muscle car contingent, so not sure if it was a Mustang or a Camaro, but that would be in that area of possibility. And some of our competitors still late to pit lane, just being careful, mindful here along the front straightaway.
The 36 of Scott Shadell is in the pit lane, as well as the 2 of Rose Avigilano. Looks like Juan Gonzalez in the number 81, 914-6. Sorry, Joseph Hish, wrong one. That's the 61, 914-6, into the pit lane as well. And the track is green once again, as we've been able to collect the 2 cars involved in that incident there at the exit of turn 1.
Green in more ways than one. Rain starting to fall again here on pit lane.
Oh, exciting. This is one of those days where the weather is just not going to decide what it's going to do. It's either going to rain or be dry, and Mother Nature is thumbing her nose at us today.
Rick Ortman back with the 26 Corvette. Looks like Lance Wiskerson, the 33 that had a engine shut down at the start-finish line, is also back in there, and a spin here on the outlap. And it looks like the whole group of cars going to the right to the paddock area. A whole host of cars going to the right.
And I think realizing the time, less than 5 minutes remaining in this session, so elected not to go out and play, but a few, as you can see, coming under the Sargento Bridge.
And one electing to almost go to the paddock area and pulls right back onto the racetrack. So double thinking that strategy.
Psych.
F4 up next.
Todd Trefford has come by in the white number 41 Porsche. He's elected to stay out. There's the 52 of Don Myers, also still running.
Lisa Hansen comes to pit lane. So we think that Lisa Hansen was the car that spun in turn 3 on the outlap. Scott Borchetta in the 1 Corvette. Beautiful, beautiful car.
Corvette Roadster. Purple, blue, and white. Borchetta, of course, from the Big Machine Vodka team.
And he'll make the right-handed turn into the paddock area.
Kellen Weinberger brings his ducktail number 36 Golf liveried Porsche into the pit lane.
And I imagine that we'll probably see a continuous stream here onto pit lane as it's kind of come down to a little bit of a light sprinkle, a little bit less than it was just a few moments ago.
Checkered flag is out to make it official.
And that will conclude the session. F4 up next with practice, and then qualifying 2 for IGT, Ultimate Streetcar Challenge. So we have got plenty of action yet to go this afternoon. And the Streetcar Challenge going to be interesting with a whole host of cars that are here. Saw them earlier going through tech at the Road America Center over by the Palermo's Pavilion. The Palermo's Pizza Pavilion. Say that 3 times.
Yeah, there you go. Peter Piper picked a peck.
I won't even try.
Welcome back to Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, as we're kicking off the practice session for the F4 U.S. Championship powered by Honda. This will be the final practice session for the F4 drivers prior to their qualifying tomorrow morning. They'll be on track at 8:50. My name's John Phippen. I'm the spokesman for the Formula Regional Americas Series as well as the F4 U.S. Championship. And our drivers making their way out onto a damp and very changeable Road America race course. The Formula Regional Americas drivers were out, and a couple of them having off-course excursions, which limited the track time. So our race director, Scott Goodyear, has cautioned all of these drivers to mind their P's and Q's. Take this track cautiously. It is drying after some heavy rains over the lunch hour, and then we've had scattered little sprinkles come down on various places on the racetrack, and caught a couple drivers out as they came by what they thought was a dry section, and suddenly it was not. This is it will be rounds 4, 5, and 6 of the F4 U.S. Championship for the 2022 season. We've already had one race meeting at New Orleans Motorplex. Loki Hughes coming away from New Orleans as our championship leader for J. Howard Driver Development. Loki in the number 6 had a win and a second place finish in the 3 races at NOLA. And he has a 10-point lead over the Crosslink Kiwi driver Bryson Morris in the number 39. Loki Hughes in the 6 out of Gold Coast, Australia. For J. Howard, as we mentioned, Bryson, driver out of Tennessee in the number 39 car. Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Did a partial season with us last year and had a win in his first weekend of racing. So Bryson, one of the favorites for the championship this year. He did have a win and a second place finish at NOLA. Nicholas Rivers broke through for his first win of the season in the number 24 for Velocity Racing Development. So 3 different teams in the top 3 drivers coming out of NOLA. He won round number 3 there and finished 6th in the first round. So he's only 10 points behind Bryson Morris in third. Ryan Sheehan had a podium finish, finished third in the first race of the season in the 66 for Crosslink Kiwi. He's only 2 points back of Nicholas. Alex Berg in the 08 for Doran Kroll Racing also had a third place finish, and he's only 4 points behind Ryan Sheehan. That's your top 5 in the points coming into this round. Artie Flores in the 22 for Gonella Racing had 3 points paying finishes. He's only 5 points back. Matt Christensen in Velocity Racing Development number 45 had a second place finish. Just 3 behind Artie Flores. Gabriel Fonseca in the 76 from Crosslink Kiwi. Also a pair of points finishes. As the 8 of David Burkett for Future Star Racing, the first one across the line. We have a total of 23 cars here this weekend, and 16 have elected to come out in this practice session. Again, with the changeable track conditions, some of the drivers have elected to delay their practice time until it's time to qualify tomorrow morning. Perhaps as the session wears on, we'll see some late arrivals. Thanks to Tom Like from Road America for providing these pictures from the network of cameras spaced around this racetrack. These are all fixed cameras, of course. We don't have camera operators as we would have in our normal live stream, but we're certainly grateful to Road America for making these images and sounds available to you. We have a local yellow shown down at Canada Corner as we have a car that has spun right at the apex, just past the apex. And once again, sadly, a red flag is being called as that car unable to continue. Canada at the very northern extremity of this racetrack was a place where we had some unexpected showers drop down in the earlier session for the Formula Regional Americas drivers and caught out a couple drivers in that damp track condition. It looks like it's happened to one of our F4 drivers as well. You can see that car off driver's right, sitting counter race. majority of the field, as you can see, coming down through Kettle Bottoms and approaching Canada Corner. Red flags waving to indicate that they need to be making their way into the pit lane. Unfortunately, in these practice sessions, the clock does not stop. So this time to get a safety vehicle out there to recover this spinner. Race director has just announced to the teams that the safety truck is going to roll to the scene of this car, and still a handful of cars coming through Kettle Bottoms. We understand the car that's off is the 17 of Tyke Durst out of Cary, North Carolina for Ganella Racing. Tyke, a rookie with us this year, making his first starts at NOLA. So perhaps anticipating the track being a little drier than it actually was. And that's where he got off track. Apparently Tyke's car is high-centered on that curbing, so if they can get him pulled off the curbing, he should be able to continue under his own power. So looks like they're going to pull him back onto the track backwards, and then hopefully he can fire it up and spin it around, and we'll get back underway. Oliver Westling in the number 2 car out of Emerald Hills, California. One of the racers for the Jensen team. Seth Brown in car number 4 out of San Diego. Part of the Jay Howard driver development stable. We've already introduced Lockie Hughes from Jay Howard. Another driver we did not see earlier today. I don't know if he will be in the field. I don't see his number here in this session. Joe Ostelhoff out of Atlanta, Georgia for Jay Howard. David Burkett in the number 8 for Future Star Racing. Looks like they've got the car of Tyke Durst extracted from the curbing, and the race director has given the 1-minute warning to the field, as Tyke is going to be able to drive that car in under its own power. Turning radius of these cars is not very sharp, so as you can see, he's going to have to do a 3-point turn to get it pointed back in the right direction. Finding reverse is sometimes a little difficult with these sequential gearboxes. The Sadev 6-speed paddle shift gearbox requires some manipulation of the steering wheel to get it into reverse gear. And he's found reverse, backing the car up. Safety workers making sure he's going to be able to get on his way, and then they'll get into their truck, and it'll be a quick trip back to their cutout there right at the turn-in, as Tyke Durst has now continued. So 10 minutes of this session have expired, but we should be able to get back underway here momentarily. We mentioned David Burkett out of Laurel, Maryland for Future Star Racing. Carl Bennett in the number 9 car out of Yorba Linda, California, another of the Ganella Racing stable. Carl, a Thai American. Ethan Barker making his debut with us this weekend. He did not race with us in New Orleans. Ethan out of Houston, Texas for Barker Racing. Has some experience in legacy cars, the miniature cars for mostly oval track competition. He's also a racer in SCCA club racing. He's won the Southwest Division T4 championship the last 2 years. Maite Caceres, one of 2 female drivers in the field. Maite in the number 21 from Punta del Este, Uruguay, for International Motorsports, a new team joining us this season. Maite with some experience in the F4 championship in her native Uruguay. Her father is a rally driver and her brother also a competitive driver. Artie Flores in the number 22 out of Leon, Mexico, a 16-year-old approaching his 17th birthday, coming up here in just a few days. Also for Ganella Racing. He competed with us a year ago. He won the NACAM F4 championship at Mexico City. Not the championship, but won the race, the NACAM F4 race at Mexico City with the Formula One World Championship. He finished 22nd in our championship a year ago. Alan Isambard, a Frenchman, out of currently living in West Palm Beach, Florida, also races for International Motorsports. Louis Facuri in the number 55 out of São Luís, Brazil, is part of the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports stable. Currently living in Sao Paulo. He is a 2020 national karting champion in his native Brazil. Noah Ping had a pretty good weekend in New Orleans with a podium finish. Noah in his rookie season with us, just starting this year for the first time out of Buford, Georgia, for Velocity Racing Development. He's also been successful as the Radical Cup. He was Rookie of the Year in 2021 with 3 wins and 5 podiums. Lucas St. Jean is in the number 98 out of Lorraine, Quebec, Canada for Jay Howard. He had 4 top 10s a year ago. Finished 16th in our championship. As we're back underway and up to speed. And the winner of the PMH Powering Diversity Scholarship, Maddie Oust in the 09, the second of the 2 female drivers in our field. Maddie out of Mansfield, Texas. Maddie was tapped to drive in the W Series test, which was held in Arizona earlier this year, to complete the field for the W Series. And she did well and was well represented there, but her relative lack of open wheel experience, they suggested that she try out again next season. So Maddie hoping for a seat in the W Series. One of our alumnus. As the field coming up to speed now. Noah Ping setting the early pace, but it's hardly representative as these are just laps. And we have another yellow flag at turn 11. That would be the kink. And yes, is that a puddle or a car off to driver's right there? Yeah, I can see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we got a car just past the end of the wall there at turn 11 on driver's right. So once again, that's an area of the track where there's a bit of standing water. In fact, you can see the puddle there to the right of your screen. And my guess is that driver got into that puddle and has made contact with the barrier. So sadly, for the second time this session, coming under a red flag. Just conjecture as to whether that car spun or whether they just lost power and pulled off at that point. We certainly don't see any evidence of skid marks on the road from this camera shot, but so sadly, just like the FR session earlier, a second red flag is going to limit the track time here. We still have 10.5 minutes remaining in this session. So if we could get the safety vehicles out to that car and get him back underway. But as you can see, cars well spread out around the track, still coming by the scene of the incident, so we can't get an EV out there just yet. And there's the EV arriving on the scene. Getting word from race control that we may have to send a wrecker out to collect this car. So you can see the rollback or the safety vehicle arriving at the scene. Drivers talking to them, but it looks like it's not going to be towable, apparently. So a wrecker being dispatched to pick that car up to get it out of harm's way. They should be able to, there's the wrecker now just coming into your shot. You can see that puddle that the wrecker ran through. That would certainly be a cause for concern for some of these drivers. And that may be what caught this driver out. Again, that's just conjecture. We didn't see the incident happen. Good to see the driver climbing out of the car under his own power, his or her. Again, I can't make any conjecture as to the identity of the car from this angle. Matty Oust in the 09. has not come by, so it could be that that is Madison. Tyke Durst was involved in that spin earlier. I suppose it could be Tyke again, as
Eight-minute call to the grid. 8-minute call to the grid for IGT. 8-minute call to the grid for IGT. First call, IGT. 8-minute call to the grid.
safety crew already has the car in the air. They're just lashing it down to the wrecker so they can move on. As we've still got about 5 minutes remaining in this session. I don't know if it'll be restarted yet. We don't have official word from race control. And the race director has opened the track once again. So green flag being shown. Again, just a few minutes left, but enough for maybe 1 or 2 reconnaissance laps for these drivers. Heading down into turn 1. the checkered flag being shown. Last of the cars that have elected to come back out have seen the checkered flag. Alex Berg, Alan Isambard, Artie Flores, Carl Bennett, Maite Caceres, and David Burketh elected to come out for this last lap. And we can now confirm that it was Maddie Oust who was involved in that incident at turn 11. But again, she climbed out of the car under her own power. So really no significant lap times were turned by any of the cars in the field. So we can't really give you a rundown. The fastest lap was a 6-minute 31-second lap. Obviously involving some time sitting on the pit lane. So
unfortunately for Arturo Flores, 11 minutes was one of their last lap times as well. So it was not a session that you would want to put in the bank. We'll put it that way.
Exactly right. Okay, so that will do it for today for the F4 U.S. Championship drivers. We will see these drivers again tomorrow morning at 8:50 for their one and only qualifying session. Fingers crossed that we have a dry track. The Formula Regional Americas drivers will be back at 10:05 for their practice session, and that leads up to the start of our racing for the afternoon, or for the weekend, should we say. Race number 1 for the F4 U.S. Championship drivers will take the green flag at 12:30 tomorrow. Race number 1 for the Formula Regional Americas drivers at 2:55, and then the final 2 races for each class will take place on Sunday. Sorry that we didn't have more excitement to show you in this practice session, but the damp track did catch a couple of our drivers out and made it impossible to turn representative times. I'm John Phippen. Thank you so much for being with us in the F4 U.S. Championship practice number 1 from the National Park of Speed, Elkhart Lakes, Road America.
Bell provides SVRA gold helmets awarded at COTA. Bell helmets have worn and trusted more champions in all forms of racing than any other brand. The Bell name is synonymous with safety, innovation, and performance. Buzz electric bicycles are the result of meticulous design and engineering and perfect for getting around the paddock and allow adult riders to find their power and buzz through life. CG Detroit has been a pioneer and innovator of marketing solutions utilizing vehicle wraps, murals, dimensional signage for over 30 years. A longtime Trans Am sponsor, CG was the logical choice to wrap the SVRA's hauler. Their quality products, superior customer service, and attention to detail has built trusted and respected relationships within the racing community. The worldwide supplier of gaskets and engine sealing solutions for championship-winning vehicles, Cometic, the official gas company of SVRA. EBAC, the official spring company of the Trans Am Series, and an authorized spring company of SVRA. Like many of the SpeedTour competitors, EBAC's focus on performance and handling, and therefore the joy of driving, comprise their top priorities. EBAC has taken lessons derived directly from motorsports to improve driving characteristics and develop their suspension components for cars both on the racetrack and on the street. Fast Cooling, the official cooling company of SVRA. Since 1982, Fresh Air Systems has supported racing. They started with adding air intake filtering systems to helmets to cool suits. Fast is dedicated to keep drivers and crew members cool, alert, and healthy in all of their racing endeavors. Jill Swanson is the founder of Lemons of Love. FPEC, SVRA's food processing equipment partner. A family-owned business, FPEC is dedicated to keeping their promise to engineer and produce reliable custom-designed machinery for the meat and food industries. Glenora Wine Cellars is a beautiful winery resort located on Seneca Lake in New York's Finger Lakes wine country. Since opening 1977, they've been producing award-winning Finger Lakes wines. Find it on most SVRA podiums. Green Wealth Management, the official provider of wealth management services of the SVRA. Green Wealth brings a Wall Street vision coupled with Main Street values. Green Wealth's strategic approach centers on 4 principles: build goals, manage by crafting strategies that flex with changing markets, protect with safeguards to help maximize a client's assets, and transition to help enable clients to leave a lasting legacy. HMS Motorsport, the official safety provider for SVRA. HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety and offers Schuberth helmets, Schroth harnesses, head and neck devices, race suits, gloves and shoes, and low temperature regulating fireproof underwear, and much more. Find them by technical service. Hoosier Racing Tire, the official tire of SVRA. Hoosier tires are the choice of many SVRA racers. Hoosier's 1,000-plus tire types meet most of the SVRA racers' needs. Stop by Sasco and see what they can order for you. Stop by Sasco and see what Hoosier tires can do for you.
International GT cars on the track for their second qualifying session of the day and of the weekend. They will have our first race of the weekend, and it's first thing out of the box tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. 23 cars took to the track for qualifying one after just before the lunch break, so they had a dry track. So obviously the times from qualifying one most likely will carry forward to set the grid for tomorrow morning's first race. Tom Pank in the number 42 was the quickest. In the GT4R category in his 2013 Porsche. Tom currently 5th in the points for the GT3 Cup. Second fastest this morning was Cooper McNeil in the number 911, listed as an exhibition driver for this class, so not able to score points, but he was second quick. Cooper, of course, no stranger to this racetrack nor to high-performance Porsches. Reg Williams in the 008 was third quick, also from the GT4R class. The 84 of Paul Mortimer and Mark Hupfer, fourth quick in this morning session in the GT 3.8 class. Lucas Pank in the number 40 was fifth quick, also from GT 3.8.
Not a lot of takers in this afternoon session. Had a whole host of a field in that qualifying one earlier today. Most people kind of standing on their times from Q1. Conditions much, as they say, worse here, comparative to the morning session, but should be an interesting race tomorrow morning.
Juan Fayen out in this session. He is the points leader in the Maranello Cup for the Ferraris in his 488 GT. Juan sharing that car with Angel Benitez. Marcel Fayen, also a points leader in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Championship. He is also out in this session in his black Porsche GT3 Cup. Reg Williams, as we mentioned, in the 008, he was third quick in this morning session. His lap time this morning was a 2:16.3, and on these track conditions, his last lap was a 2:21.4, so only about 5 seconds slower.
I believe this is the only session of the afternoon, John, that did not have a stoppage in the first out lap or lap or two of the session this afternoon.
You've all heard of the commentator's curse, of course.
But I'm just saying, I got to point out the obvious.
Yeah. Tim Haynes, also out in this session at the 789. Tim is currently 26th in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Championship coming into this round. Mike Ward in the 711. In one of the few Caymans in the field, Mike competing for the first time this season in the Cayman Championship.
I guess what I'm trying to say is we've broken a trend.
Yes, and that's a good thing. Nicholas Groombridge and John Dean sharing the driving chores in the 124 Porsche, currently 6th quick in this session. Ed Wheatley in the 02 GT3.8 Porsche GT3 Cup, also in the group. Ed Wheatley also competing earlier. J.P. Mullaney and Chris Hall in the number 36 round out the field. John Patrick Mullaney in the Ferrari 458 Challenge, currently second in the Maranello Cup Championship for the Ferraris. So we have two of the Ferraris in this practice session, with Juan Feyen and Angel Benitez setting the pace for the Ferraris.
Two different types here from a configuration. The 488 is the 17 machine, and the 36 Mullaney and Hall is a 458.
Correct, and they run in two different classes. The 488 Evo runs in the GT3 Cup, and the 458 runs in the 4.5 variety. Two subclasses within the Maranello Cup Championship. International GT has 3 season-ending championships. The Stuttgart Cup is for the Caymans, both the 3.4 and the 3.8 liter Caymans. Andy Pilgrim, the points leader in the Stuttgart Cup Cayman Championship, but we have not seen Andy on track. If he's here this weekend, he has not yet turned a time. Andy Pilgrim, of course, competed in a Ferrari in this International GT for a number of years and was always the front runner by a country mile, but moved over to the Cayman for this season and picked up right where he left off, leading the championship. Reg Williams, a 2:17.410, and that is almost the same time as he turned this morning, a 2:16.3, so he's within a second of his time turned this morning before the rains. The 124 of Nicholas Groombridge, I think, realizing that there's no improvement to be had, has rolled down the pit lane. We'll see if he's headed back to the paddock. And that is affirmative. Oh, Reg Williams has done something we didn't think was going to be possible. He has eclipsed his time from this morning's session. His last lap, a 2:16.329. This morning, he was third fastest at a 2:16.347. So the track is certainly dry enough to turn competitive lap times, because the morning times were turned before the rain came down. So despite a couple damp spots here and there, the track is pretty much dry, as you can see by these times. Marcel Feyen in the number 03 Porsche, 2:21.480. In this morning session, he was at 2:22 and some change, so he has also improved his Not quite, yeah, has improved his time, just barely, but it won't improve his position. Again, just doing the math in my head, he would still stay in 12th position based on that qualifying time, unless he can find another second or so. He would have to get into the low 120s to move up into the top 10. Juan Feyen in the 488 GT Ferrari, the number 17. This morning turned a 223.183. And in this session, a 222.766, so he's improved his time. Again, as of this moment, it would not improve his qualifying position. Mike Ward, a 224.4, significantly faster than he ran this morning. He was at a 228.4 in this morning's session, so that 224 will move him up into about 18th position. Reg Williams going even faster, a 215.648. Once again, does not improve his position. He would have to get to a 212.9 or better in order to move up onto the front row of the qualifying grid. But he is easily the fastest car out in this session, almost 5 seconds clear of Juan Feyen and Angel Benitez in the number 17.
And this is qualifying 2. Initial qualifying session started out our day today, much earlier in the day, just before lunch. And right at the end of that session is when we started to get a little bit of the moisture.
Yep.
So I think that's where some of these lap times like Reg Williams may have, in fact, been a little bit better now, because I think they lost the last couple minutes of that session due to the wet stuff falling. So
you are right.
So in this situation, track's probably about a little bit better condition for them than it was at the end of that session earlier this morning. But they will start our day tomorrow, as John mentioned, at 8 a.m. for our first race of the day here from America's National Park of Speed.
After that race, we'll be back into qualifying mode for the remainder of the SVRA groups, as second round qualifying for each of the SVRA sprint race groups will take place tomorrow morning, as well as the one and only qualifying sessions for the F4 US and Formula Regional Americas Championships. And then after the lunch break and the fan walk, we'll kick it off with our first race of the afternoon, and that will be the F4 US race number 1 of 3 for the weekend. And then we'll have 5 different sprint races from the SVRA, followed by the first race of 3 for the Formula Regional Americas. Then the second IGT feature race will take part tomorrow. So the IGT drivers will race twice tomorrow. And then their final appearance on track will be for their Enduro, which is almost an hour long. That will be Sunday morning. That'll be our third race of the day, as the SVRA Enduro, starting at 8 o'clock, runs just over an hour. Then our Formula Regional Americas and the IGT Enduro, Formula F4 US, all going on Sunday morning. Marcel Feyen into the 220s, a 220.224 for the 03. Just about a tenth of a second off his best time from this morning. I stand corrected. He was at a 222, so he is slightly quicker, a 220.224. That will slot him up into 9th position unofficially. Juan Feyen in the Ferrari, a 220.238. A significant improvement, almost 3 seconds faster than he ran this morning. That'll move him up into the top 10 for sure. So despite the fact that the track has not been particularly gracious for this afternoon's runners, these drivers are all finding more speed. Mike Ward in the 711 Cayman, a 2:22.727, almost 6 seconds quicker than he ran this morning. Slot him up just outside the top 10. J.P. Mullaney and Chris Hall in the number 36 Ferrari this afternoon at a 2:23.4. They did not turn a time in this morning's session, so that will slot them in about 17th, 18th, somewhere in that vicinity. Nicholas Groombridge and Ed Wheatley elected not to stay out to run their time, so they'll stand on whatever times they turned earlier in the day. Ed Wheatley was 22nd, and Nicholas Groombridge was at a 2:22 this morning and not able to match that this afternoon, so he'll stand on his morning time, which will put him in the top 20 for sure. Reg Williams continues to go quicker, a 2:14.796 for the 008. That is about a second and a half quicker than his time this morning. Does not improve his position. He'd have to get into the 2:12s to surpass Cooper McNeil for a front row start. A little over 5 minutes still remaining in this session.
Looks like David and Daniel Harrington in that number 20 machine have elected to pop out of the paddock area and onto the pit lane, and will head out for some laps. Maybe with some of the times coming down, some of these teams are in the paddock area going,
yeah,
we can go faster.
I think exactly that. The Harrington car, David and Daniel, were 14th quickest this morning at a 2:22.1. So they can see the same timing and scoring charts that we're looking at. So I think there's a good possibility that they think they have an opportunity perhaps to improve their position. Again, the race is first thing out of the box tomorrow, so this will be their last on-track experience before they go racing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So the Harringtons become the 9th car to take part in this session. Just about everyone has improved their time from what they were able to achieve in this morning's group.
And purple again for Williams at 2:14.558.
Yeah, each lap he's turned in this session has been faster than the last for Reg Williams.
That's ideally the way you want to go. Obviously, tire temperatures coming up here in the afternoon, now that the track is significantly dried. A couple of damp patches, but definitive dry all the way around, other than maybe underneath the bridges here and along the edges in the straightaways. But
the racing line, for sure, is very much dry.
And very much with some grip.
Yeah, clearly. See some go-kart racing going on in the Motorplex while we're racing on the big track. Reg Williams climbing the hill in that 008 as he comes to the line. See if he can keep his string alive. Nope, that's the first time he hasn't gone quicker on the successive lap. That one was a 2:14.9. His best was the lap just previous at a 2:14.5. The number 20 car of the Harringtons now on their first flying lap. The 36 Ferrari of John Patrick Mullaney and Chris Hall comes into the pit lane. On the big screen, following the progress of the number 20 car of David and Daniel Harrington. Looking for something better than the 2:21.1 that they turned in qualifying one earlier today. A 2:29.112 for the Harringtons on that last lap. About 7 seconds off the pace of their earlier effort. Reg Williams goes quicker again into the 2:13s, a 2:13.462 for the 008. But no improvement yet for the Harringtons based on their time from this morning, still standing. Would grid them somewhere in the vicinity of row 7. Checkered flag being called for. And the Ferrari of Juan Feyen and Angel Benitez, the first to see it. No improvement for them as an earlier lap was their best. But Marcel Feyen, right behind them in the 03 Porsche, did improve to a 2:19.7. And that will put Marcel up into 6th or 7th position once the times from the two sessions are combined. So the Harringtons' late arrivals to this session, taking a couple laps to get the tires up to temperature. This most likely would be the money lap if they have an opportunity to improve. Looking for something better than the 2:22.1 they turned in the earlier session. Just now exiting Canada Corner, coming through turn 13 and the Bill Mitchell bend. Reg Williams right behind them, so these two coming to the line for the checkered flag. And the Harringtons, a 2:25.959, not enough to improve, so they'll stand on the 2:22.1 they turned in this morning session. Reg Williams also not quite as quick as he was the lap before. So Reg Williams will stay third, but certainly a slightly more competitive time than he turned in this morning session. So Tom Pank and Cooper McNeil will start on the front row provisionally. All these times are provisional, pending post-qualifying session review by the stewards of the meeting. Reg Williams, Paul Mortimer, and Mark Huffner will most likely stay in the second row. Lucas Pank, Jody Miller, and Pippa Mann in row number 3. Todd Sloan and Mark Mathis in row 4. Juan Gonzalez, along with Butch Leisinger and Tim Savage in the top 10 positions. But again, a couple drivers in this session, Marcel Fayen among them, will jump up into the mix with a lap under 2 minutes 20, a 2:19.7. Okay, one more session remains, and that is the Optima Ultima Streetcar Challenge, as those drivers making their way onto the track for the first time this weekend.
So the next session on track here is the Optima Batteries Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, and they'll have some on-track activity, as well as they will be using the bend on the back side of the racetrack, so they won't go full tilt through the kink, but they will have on-track activity for the next hour or so. Coming up at the top of the hour, they'll get a chance to go on and off pit lane, so they're fully aware of racetrack comings and goings, and then we'll get things started. So this should be an interesting challenge between some sports cars. So a couple of really nice looking street modded cars, and should be an interesting showcase here of some time to find what car is the best.
Multiple classes for the Optima Streetcar Challenge. The GTS class, Corvettes dominant in that. Mazda RX-7s in both GTC and GTL. The GT class shows a Camaro and a Mustang, among others. The GTV class, a older Camaro. I'm guessing V for vintage.
How astute.
Yes. Of course, it could mean V for victory. What do I know? Then, of course, the Outlaw class, which are for cars that have had their performance enhanced beyond what you would see in a street car. And you have all sorts of, there's a 69 Datsun Roadster, a 65 Mustang, a 2021 Corvette in the Outlaw class, a 2001 Z28, a 1969 Mercedes SEL, a 65 Corvair.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, and a 2008 Z06 Corvette in the outlaw class. So lots of variation here.